The regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present except for Trustee Keren Ramirez, or she's knocking on the door. Ms. Casey will be sitting in due to Dr. Reyes' absence at the Leading Now conference in Washington, D.C. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. Oral communications on closed session items. Oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on closed session items only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments, depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda due to government code, but will refer the matters to the superintendent for review and report.
There are no speakers.
Okay, there are no speakers. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following. Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, Collective Bargaining Employee Negotiations, LLP, and Adams, Silva, and McNally, LLP, Employee Organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, Non-Represented Employees, Administrators Association, Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. And Government Code Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subsection D2, 1 case. To open session with all board members present. There are no closed session announcements to be made by the clerk. The open session of the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All members are present. And let's see. Ms. Morales, if you will lead us in the pledge, please. Thank you. We will now approve the agenda. Please note that item 10S under consent calendar will be moved to section 11, public hearings. Is there a motion to approve the agenda with flexibility?
So moved.
I second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston. Dominguez Cervantes. Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Communications to the Board of Education. Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Ms. Angela Reed.
I like the sufficient time, and I love seeing Ms. Casey at that table. So, good evening, Board, Superintendent Select Diggs and me, I guess, and the Cabinet. As we begin a new school year, I'd like to remind you of the incredible opportunity we have, not only to support our students this coming year, but to invest in the people who keep our schools running smoothly every single day, our classified staff. These are the paraprofessionals, recess supervisors, clerical and attendance teams, custodians, and many others. They are often the first to greet students in the morning and the last to say goodbye at the end of the day. They are on the front lines, yet too often are left behind when it comes to consistent opportunities for professional growth. I'm here tonight to advocate for increased investment in training and professional development for our classified staff. These employees are essential to the success of our students and school communities. They deserve access to the tools and training needed to truly thrive in their roles. CBCO is committed to partnering with the district to build a robust and accessible professional learning structure, one that uplifts our members and directly enhances student outcomes. Together, we can design a system that is thoughtful, meaningful, and rooted in the real needs of our school sites. One way to begin is by utilizing the conference weeks in September and March to offer targeted, district-curated training sessions. These could include topics such as social emotional learning strategies, foundational math support, reading interventions, and phonics instruction. Training like this not only builds skills, it builds confidence, consistency, and a shared sense of purpose across school sites. We also propose strengthening our new hire orientation process. A structured 3 to 4 hour training that covers best practices in instructional support, behavior management, and teacher collaboration would give our new employees the foundations they need to succeed and stay. Because professional development isn't just about compliance, it's about investing in people. When we provide our classified staff with opportunities to grow, we empower them to lead, to support, and to inspire. And that uplifts the entire school community. Let's work together this year to make that vision a reality, where every employee feels seen, supported, and equipped to make a lasting impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Chula Vista educators, Ms. Rosie Martinez.
Good evening. I hope everyone has had an opportunity to take some time for a break and spend some time having fun with your loved ones. CVE is very excited to see that there are 19 of our counselors and social workers on the agenda tonight being reclassified to probationary and permanent status. Their contribution is invaluable towards creating welcoming schools for all. Their support around mental health and positive relationships allow our students and teachers to focus on learning. Congratulations also to all the new hires and people getting promoted, including our new community schools coordinators that will help support our 5 new community schools: Castle Park, Lauterbach, Vista Square, Otay, and Montgomery. We are very excited to welcome them and to continue our work to serve our students and community. To those who have served our district and are now moving on to new opportunities, we thank you for your contributions in making this such an amazing district and wish you well in your next chapter. There is an item on the consent calendar that I do want to address, and that is item 10U. The approval of the host school agreement with International Alliance Group. CVE recognizes the importance of having all classrooms staffed with highly qualified and fully credentialed teachers. This has been a challenge in our special education classrooms and in some cases in our DI programs. This problem is not unique to Chula Vista, so I applaud the district for looking at ways to address this issue. We believe that this agreement has the potential of providing access to the teachers needed to ensure that all our students receive access to the best possible education to meet their individual goals. I do want to make it very clear that CVE can only support this with an MOU that outlines that no teachers will be hired for positions that can be held by our local teachers. I have had conversations with Dr. Reyes, and he has assured me that no teacher would be hired until CVESD and CVE have a signed MOU. With that understanding, I encourage this board to support this item. We look forward to the beginning of the new school year next week and are confident that we can have a positive and productive year. We know that we face some challenges, especially around the budget, but as always, CVE is open to a mutually respectful and collaborative relationship, focusing our efforts to ensure that all students and staff feel safe and welcomed at our school sites. I wish everyone a great start to the new school year.
Thank you. Administrators Association, Chula Vista, Ms. Teresa Corona.
Good evening, President Ugarte, Assistant Superintendent Casey, and trustees. As president of AACV, I want to thank the board for this opportunity to speak on behalf of our site leaders this evening and each time that I address the board. While our principals and associate principals are just returning today from a well-earned summer break, AACV does recognize that the work of district leadership has continued throughout that time. We also acknowledge and appreciate all that has taken place behind the scenes to prepare for the new school year, including AACV having a seat at the table in a lot of that preparation and planning. That is so important for the support, the planning, and the clarity that our members need to do their work effectively. As we begin the new school year, it is my greatest hope that AACV members return with a renewed sense of purpose and preparation. In the coming weeks, school leaders across the district will be hard at work, reviewing data, aligning site goals to district priorities, ensuring systems are in place to bring clarity and structure to their campuses, and make the rigorous learning for all plan come to life at the school sites. Above all, principals and associate principals will work to create and foster positive, welcoming environments where our staff, students, and families feel supported and connected. AACV steps into the new year with hope grounded in thoughtful structure, planning, and clarity, hope strengthened by the support of district leadership, and hope inspired by the belief that this year can be one of meaningful growth, impact, and excellence. On behalf of AACV, we look forward to continued professional partnership with the district and this board, including at the bargaining table this coming year. We remain committed to the students and communities we serve, and we look forward to the work ahead and what we can accomplish all together. So thank you. Looking forward to a great new school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Oral communications. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda due to government code, but will refer the matters to the superintendent for review and report. We have 3 speakers. First is Annie.
Hello, board, and good evening. My name is Annie Good, and I am a student at Liberty Elementary. Today, I will be talking about the effects of combo classes and the effects of losing art. First of all, this year, I was in 5th grade, and I was in a combo class. I was in a 5th, 6th combo class, and I felt separated from my friends. That was one feeling that was awful. I only saw them during lunch breaks and recess breaks, and that was it. So I felt separated from those people. And then also, I felt like a 6th grader because my teacher was preparing all the 6th grade students for when they were going to go to middle school. So I felt like a 6th grader myself. And it was hard. I shed a plethora of tears, and I said a bunch of things, and I was just very, very frustrated. And also, all the English 5th graders had to be in a combo class this year because there was a 5th, 4th one and a 5th, 6th grade one. So none of the 5th graders got to be with all of their grade. And then the effects of art. Art is a place where people get to express their creativity and feel comfortable. Art is a safe space where people can say whatever they want to say and express themselves, and they can just have a good time with their friends. And also, art is really, really fun. It's a very joyful thing. And for some students, it helps them with their mental health, just being able to sketch out and draw their thoughts. Art is very important to me and a bunch of other students. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you. Kara?
That was my daughter. She's going to do a better job than I am. All right, I'm just going to read so I can get all my points in. CVESD school board members and cabinet members. My name is Kara Good. I'm a parent of 2 children who attend schools in CVESD. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of teachers and families at Liberty Elementary. We understand that there will not be an art teacher and that more combination classes are expected this coming school year. First, my children started attending CVSD schools during the pandemic. When we were allowed back on campus in 2021, we were pleasantly surprised that there was an active VAPA program that included art, music, drama, and PE. At our previous school in Monterey, California, we did not have a consistent PE, music, or art teacher. My son does not like school and never has. The classes provided through the VAPA program provided him with an outlet to show his skills outside of the academic environment of the classroom. As a middle schooler at Chula Vista, he enjoys his physical education class the most as he is a fairly athletic young man. When he was attending Liberty Elementary, he enjoyed the field trip to the sound station the most as he had the opportunity to create music. Last year, he created intricate cardboard cutouts. I believe a fully intact VAPA program played a role in these interests. VAPA classes provided him with a way to creatively and physically express himself outside of the academic rigors of the classroom. My daughter spoke about the benefits of the VAPA program, more specifically art, in her learning experience. Second, I'm here to discuss combination classes. Since my daughter's been attending Liberty Elementary after the pandemic, she's been a part of 2 combination classes. She spoke on her experience. Her friend has been a member of a combination class every year since the pandemic. CVSD's motto is that every child is an individual of great worth. If this is true, why are we allowing our children to be placed in combination classes at Liberty and across the district? I want to know why teachers are not part of the decision-making process for combination classes when they have to implement the curriculum for 2 different grades in 1 classroom. Why does the district not hold informational meetings for parents where we can express our concerns and the challenges of combination classes and come up with better solutions? How are we doing what is best for our children's education when we place them in a combination class? There are maturity gaps between grades, common core standards that need to be met for each content area, for each grade, in a 6.5-hour school day that includes time for lunch and collaboration classes, etc. Classrooms that include children with IEPs and 504s, children who are English language learners, and children who are not independent learners. Respectfully, can I finish reading this? Okay. Why do our teachers teach? They want to support all the learners in their classrooms. In a combination class, how do our teachers have the time to equitably teach and meet the needs of all their students? It's impossible. How do school sites decide which students go in a single grade versus a combo class? Students in combination classes do not receive a full year of instruction. How do we expect our students to be prepared for their academic journey when in some cases they have been in numerous combination classes during their elementary school years? Not all of the CVSD students have support at home to fill in the learning gaps. How does placing them in a combo class set them up for success? Not only are our students not getting the education they deserve, our teachers are leaving the classroom. Do we care about the mental well-being of our teachers and students? With current demands placed on educators, why would anyone want to enter the teaching profession? There needs to be a better way. I have handed over a couple letters to you, the board, that were written by a Liberty family and a Liberty student, and copies of a petition that was started to end combination classes and keep art at Liberty. Our petition has 59 signatures and counting from both teachers and Liberty families. We know that our issues are similar to other schools across the district and the state. I'm hoping that our concerns will be heard by the superintendent, his cabinet, and the school board, and that we will drastically decrease or end combination classes across the district as they did for Modesto City Schools. Over 33 combination classes were projected for 2023-24 and beyond, and currently they only have 4 or 5, according to the Modesto Teachers Association. After teachers and parents spoke out against combo classes at the school board meeting in March 2023. They were heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christy M.
Good evening. Tonight I want to talk about equity, not as a buzzword, but as a budget choice. For anyone unfamiliar with Rogers, we're not a typical site. Our needs are not theoretical, they're documented. 207 out of 380 of our students are in special education, over 55% of our enrollment compared to a state average of 13%. Our unduplicated count is around 70%, meaning the majority of our students generate supplemental and concentration funding because they are low-income English learners or foster youth. Rogers also leads the district in suspensions and ranks second for average days absent. Those aren't just statistics, they are evidence of unmet social, emotional, and attendance needs. These are clear, measurable indicators of need documented in the district's very own data. Yet despite this, Rogers receives the same base counselor allocation as schools with just 32 to 90 SPED students. If we want a full-time counselor, which is essential for our students, we're told to fund half of the salary from our own site budget. That's a forced choice between mental health support and academic intervention or enrichment. That isn't equity, that's triage. Your own 25-26 LCAP explicitly names Rogers for targeted support and allocates over $42 million for high-need students. LCFF doesn't suggest we might differentiate funding for these needs, it requires it. Our LCAP doesn't just talk about safe and inclusive environments and social emotional wellness, it's supposed to fund them. And the research is clear. School counselors reduce suspensions, improve attendance, and strengthen school climate. For Rogers, this isn't an extra, it's an essential intervention. When I hear we'll work with the principal on FTE allocation, I know exactly what that means. As someone who reads our budget line by line, there is no hidden pot of money for half a counselor. That isn't a solution, it's a deflection. I want a full-time counselor for our students. It's not about resisting the cost, it's about why that cost sits at our site budget when the need is so clear it should be funded at the district level. Equity means differentiated allocation. It means acknowledging that schools with higher needs require more support, not tougher choices. I'm asking the board for full transparency about how these allocation decisions align with LCAP goals, and I'm asking you to fully fund the counselor position at Rogers at the district level. Our students don't need empty promises of equity, they need you to actually fund it. Thank you.
Thank you. Approval of the consent calendar. The following items listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board in one action. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar. Starting with trustee. Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped the gun, sorry. District Safety and Health Report. I went straight to approval of the consent. Mr. Romero. I want to just move.
Thank you. President Ugarte, our governing board, and Superintendent Casey, it's our pleasure tonight to present to our governing board, cabinet, and our community our monthly safety update. So super excited to let you know that all cameras are at our school sites and fully functional. Principals have access, our safety team has access, our risk management team has access, and all of our schools are now completely finished. I'm also happy to say that our district office, which encompasses a large area, multiple buildings. We have 20 cameras at our district office, fully functional and operational, and we have complete access. Our final project is at our Maxwell Transportation Center. It's in progress with a goal of finishing by the time we start school. So camera project complete. We also talked last month about our traffic plan. These are the 6 schools that qualified for traffic study and update. There are traffic areas of improvement needed at many of our schools. These schools are ones where we are using the public streets and public roads and have been doing things to divert traffic in our manner. So the study went out, it was approved by all these 6 schools. It's now in the city's hands. And the recommendations have been made, and we'll get a final approval from the city within the coming months. I don't have a timeline to share with you, but they said generally about 6 to 12 months. They said in the meantime, we can continue with what we've been doing, and the city is approving that process, which is great because in the past we've been doing the traffic diversion without having the city's endorsement. So now we're fully endorsed, and the permanent fix will be coming 6 to 12 months. So this is just one of our school sites. So as some of you have driven by Hillcrest, this is where we put cones to divert the traffic. The cones at the bottom represent the black dots indicate the cones of the main road. This allows, it blocks the traffic so parents aren't turning into the school site from the right-hand lane and crossing and creating traffic issues. And then the second set of cones is requiring parents to either turn into the school site or go straight forward without having to stop traffic and wait for people to turn. So this is just one example of what was submitted to the city and approved. Next project that we want to talk about is what we have pending. So we have 3 of these items that we're want to share tonight. So the Stop the Bleed program. So we have Med, who is trained in Stop the Bleed, and every kit has been ordered for each of our school sites in the district office and Maxwell. So we'll be going out and providing this training on how to do this Stop the Bleed. Med will be providing the training. The water stations, the project is almost finished at many of our school sites. Facilities has a goal of being able to tell us that the project should be completed by the start of the 25-26 school year. But in my next weekly, I'll give you a school-by-school update on where we stand with that, so you'll know exactly which schools have been tested. I was out there yesterday drinking some amazing water from one of them. So I think I made a little bit mess of myself, so I hope that's not on camera. But yeah, we have our water stations working, and it should be really, really advantageous to our students' health. And then our workplace violence program, as part of our ongoing commitment to our workplace violence, we are finishing a video that will be Chula Vista specific on this. We're going to share it with our safety committee before we make it public to our employees. But our new workplace violence program video will be updated for the 25-26 school year. And that's all we have for this month. Thank you.
Board questions or comments?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Romero. I
Yes.
appreciate the updates. Yesterday, I attended the City of Chula Vista City Council meeting, and they approved managing the electric micro-mobility vehicles. So they've got a new, the next question is going to be is how they're going to be able to enforce it. But they're put in some rules that under 12, they can't drive these. Once they're 12 and over, then helmets and so on and so forth. But my question is, we do have 12-year-olds. If they're legally able to drive these things, because it's driving, they go fast. They showed us some videos on these kids doing wheelies, going through East Palomar where the buses are supposed to go through, and on Olympic, and it was quite scary. But because they're going to be starting to enforce this, hopefully, then I believe we should notify our schools. And we have 12-year-olds in all our elementary schools, but we also have the middle schools and a couple of our high schools to notify them that they're going to get ticketed. It'll be a friendly approach apparently at first, but then soon thereafter, there'll be a more, it's for everyone's safety.
Yeah.
So that came up yesterday on item 8.3, their agenda item, an action item. So I believe that was important for us to follow up on that and notifying the families that they will be required to be wearing helmets. And on top of that, where they're supposed to drive these things. They're not supposed to be on the sidewalk, so that's even scarier because now you're putting the kids on the street. I don't know, one way, 6 one way, half a dozen the other. It's just scary all around. But what we're going to do to implement, to notify the parents is one question. And the water stations, not specifically the ones that you guys are working on right now, but all our schools, it doesn't matter where the school is in our school district. If someone could please check those things. They've got these gross acid things coming out of the faucets, and it's going to get hotter here. It is getting hotter, and the kids will be drinking whatever's coming out of there. So if we could, someone check them for safety purposes. And thank you for the cameras at all the schools. And quick question, any other concerns that maybe our union partners have with any other safety issues that we still need to work on?
Ms. Casey?
Mr. Marrero.
Yes, so great, thank you. We meet monthly with our unions through our safety meeting. One of the latest concerns that we wanted to continue to address, one of the things that we're going to prioritize is the workplace safety, workplace violence. It's a commitment, not just from the district, but from our great state about how we make sure that our employees have a safe and opportunity to thrive. So I know that's been an ongoing concern and one that we're committed to. But through our safety meeting, we'll continue to listen to our labor groups and see what priorities rise to the top for them, and make sure that any recommendations that we bring forward to the board are working with our labor partners.
Maybe I should rephrase that. Do you know of any concerns that they have now that we have not addressed?
So the workplace violence was one of those concerns. Recommendations that they've made, we're continuing to follow up on those recommendations. But I think with specific concerns, if they have those, I'd be more than welcome to listen to them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your report, Mr. Romero. I believe now is the consent calendar. All right. The following items listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board in one action. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion, unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. And starting with Trustee Ramirez Dominguez, items to be pulled.
10B, 10N is a no, 10O, 10P. You mentioned 10S is now.
It's a public hearing.
It's a public hearing. Okay. And 10V. That's it.
Okay. Trustee Tolston? No. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Yes, 10C,
Mm-hmm.
subsection 10C, G, A, and B,
Okay.
and 10CK,
Mm-hmm.
10P is in Paul, and 10S together, the statements together. But it's two
Or-
items, P and S.
10S was pulled to a public hearing.
Okay, well then I guess I'll re-mention it there.
Okay, so 10P, and what's after 10P then?
Then 10S, which will now be 11,
Mm-hmm.
10T,
Mm-hmm.
10U, and 10W.
Okay. Trustee Tamayo? Right.
No, they already pulled the item.
Okay. We are pulling items, and I'll try to do this in alphabetical order. 10B, 10CG, subset AB. Is that correct?
Yes.
10CK, 10N, 10O, 10P by two trustees, 10T, 10U, 10V, and 10W.
Move to approve the remaining consent
Sorry.
calendar.
Did anybody else pull P? I just realized I don't need it.
I did.
Oh,
She
she
did.
did? Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, trustee.
Move to approve the remaining consent calendar.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. I would like to begin with item 10U today, and I believe that was trustee Dominguez Cervantes. 10U. Yes, just in case there are questions. Then we'll go back. And that is the item. Let me read it.
Yes. Approve host agreement with
Yes, with
International Alliance Group.
Yes.
I really appreciate that Ms. Rosie Martinez called that out, because my questions were like, how does this arrangement work? Paid 20% of our sped teacher space at what range? Which equals how much? Foreign exchange and fluent in another language? Just questions that me by my itty bitty self thought by myself, but then Ms. Martinez brought it up, and quite frankly, what's in it for CVESD?
Ms. Casey.
Sure. Mr. Marrero.
Thank you. Great question, and I was super excited to have someone pull this item, because it's actually a passion project of ours, and we want to make sure that we were fully transparent and clear with what this project entails. So This would be an agreement with International Alliance Group, which is a nonprofit organization that works specifically at recruiting hard-to-fill positions for districts across our country and our amazing state. So what this, our first obligation is to find fully credentialed teachers organically. And so we do a really good job with that. We partner with multiple universities, in San Diego County. And for the most part, we have all of our positions filled. We have a few positions that are extremely hard to fill. And so you've mentioned it frequently about some of our special ed classrooms that have had like revolving door substitutes, right? This organization, that's been a longstanding organization, works with our international candidates that are fully credentialed, that have reciprocity with California to teach in California. So they're fully credentialed teachers that are experienced. And the cost is actually something that I was hoping you would ask because I would love to explain it. So the cost is 20% of the salary. So if there's a teacher that comes in with 5-year experience, we would pay them 5 years of experience. We give them what their experience is. The savings to the district comes in because twofold. One, we don't pay for their retirement. They're not eligible to be part of STIRS. So STIRS is automatically 19%, 19.1% of their salary. So let's say they're making $100,000. That's $19,000 that we don't need to spend. So the 20% that we're paying for this agency, 19.1% is savings that we're not already paying for. The second savings is, on average, our benefit system costs about $15,500 per employee. So they provide benefits through their organization, which is at the cost of $3,700. So they're a large organization. They have a large a pool of employees. So we're saving about $12,000 on benefits, which means every teacher we hire, we're hiring at a discounted rate. Because they're a nonprofit and they're invested in making sure that these eligible employees meet the requirements, they provide all the services required for their licensing, all the services required for their benefits, and all the services required for their visa. So they go through what's called either a J1 or an HI-B visa. These two visa opportunities are for international, highly qualified employees that meet the requirements for those visas. And then they also provide coaching. So these are English-speaking, international, foreign teachers that are qualified, meet the requirements, speak English, and then they provide additional training and support for them while they're here.
Can I ask more questions? So who's going to really test them for their English?
Great. 100%. So I've watched a number of videos that have been posted online on these candidates and the process. So they go through a selection. So there's a couple thousand eligible teachers that they have in their system right now, looking for opportunities here in the United States. So they send us, let's just say we have a mod severe position. We've gone through all of our work. We've worked with CVE. We've done everything, including providing a $15,000 incentive bonus. We still can't find a mod severe teacher, right? So we go through a process. We let them know. They go through their database. They look for the people that have that right credential that meet those needs. And then they send us videos of these applicants. And then we do an online job fair. So basically we say, okay, we have this position that's open. It's a 4th through 6th grade mod severe classroom with 12 students. And we have a job fair. We have all of these candidates that show that they're interested through this online job fair, and then we go through the interview process and seeing if they're qualified.
How about their background? I know we have a rigorous system in place here in California where there's a reporting system, and I don't know that that's the case in other countries. I can't say yay or nay. I don't know how that works and how their background is cleared and how accurate it is.
Yeah, so that was one of the questions that we brought up. And I know they have basically they go through more than we even go through our teachers. Ms. Casey, would it be possible for me to call up a representative from IAG to answer that question as it relates to the background?
Absolutely.
Oh, they're here.
Perfect.
Hello.
Thank you so much for having me here tonight.
Yeah, would you
And-
be able to talk a little bit about the background and how we go through making sure that they're...
Absolutely, and thank you so much for your questions, because there is a lot to the program. The J-1 visa program, which is what this agreement would be for, is a program that has been around since the early 50s as part of the Fulbright program. So it is the intention is intercultural exchange. As part of that, we are U.S. Department of State designated visa sponsor for the J-1 visas. And with that, in order to have any of these teachers be candidates that we call ready for hire, they have already gone through 2 layers of rigorous background checks in their home country. We've already done their foreign transcript evaluation. We've already provided their resume. We've gone through letters of recommendation. There's quite a rigorous level of things that the Department of State requires. So it's a very safe program in that sense.
And when they come here, they still need to pass our safety checks, and they still need to get DOJ certified, and through our live scan, they need to pass that process as well.
So for how long have you been doing this in this country?
So International Alliance Group has been doing this for probably 12, 15 years as an entity with a different name, but International Alliance Group, per that title, has been 6 years. We work in 33 states. We have a couple thousand teachers placed right now. The J-1 visa can be for 5 years. So they come on 3 years with a 2-year extension. The benefit of that is you know you're going to have a highly qualified teacher for 5 years. And with our level that we qualify our candidates before we present them to you, we have a standard that we call highly qualified. So on average, they have 10 years experience.
Housing, do you place them in housing?
We do the housing. So we may ask the principal at the school where they might be going for some suggestions, but we help them get housing.
Expensive.
It is, yes. And they're required by the Department of State to come with enough money for a first month and a deposit.
Do you have other programs like this here in San Diego County or in California for that matter?
Yes, we actually recently partnered with San Diego Unified, and we did a couple of virtual job hiring fairs for them to start with special education, mild, mod, and mod severe. So they're currently hiring 5 of our teachers. We started
Just
that
now, but not historically?
Oh, historically, San Mateo, Mount Diablo, Inglewood, a lot of charter schools. Right. We're in about 70% of the districts in Arizona, because that is where we were founded by the former head of HR at Phoenix Schools. Right. It's an amazing program. These are wonderful, highly motivated teachers. This is a dream of theirs, to come and share their talents. And we do provide one-on-one coaching for every teacher. So they work with the principal to make sure if there's anything that comes up, it's fully addressed.
What does the one-on-one look like? You're here with them every day for how long or how many days? What does that look like?
So the one-on-one coaching is called Teacher Support Specialist. So in the beginning, they'll meet those folks when we pick them up at the airport, we arrange for their travel. We help them get settled in their housing, and we start them with professional development before they even get here as well. So the coaching is virtual, but can also be local as well.
Let's see, you'll work closely with our union representative? How does that work?
Yes, the teachers are the district employees, so they have the option to join the union, and in many, many cases, that is the case.
All right.
So they tend to follow, what their colleagues do.
All right, I think I've asked a few.
Just a quick question. How long does it take from start to placing them in a district, from start of them applying to traveling to the J-1 visas to everything?
Great question. So at this point, the candidates that we would line up interviews for, the virtual interviews, have already gone through all of the steps through the Department of State. The next step is if you would interview them and you want to make them a job offer, then we kick in what's called the DS 2019 process. That includes an interview at the U.S. consulate in their home country. And then after that, the J-1 visa is issued. So on average, we look at 6 to 8 weeks from start to finish. It depends on sometimes the home country where the teachers are coming from.
Thank
One more question. Spanish. Do they speak Spanish?
Some do, yes. So we draw from over 30 countries. We do focus a lot on teachers from Latin America and Mexico because in California and our border states, I work with a lot of Texas districts. It's just a very natural fit to have. But they do have to have a certain proficiency in English in order to even make this first step.
Thank you.
Ms. Casey, would you allow me an opportunity to speak? One of the things that Rose Tagnisi and I spoke about is, and I think the board has even heard comments from our community, oftentimes we have teachers that go on maternity leave, let's just say. We can't find a fully credentialed mod severe special education teacher. They don't exist. If they do exist, they're already teaching in classrooms. So what happens is we have a substitute go in, and then 20 days we have to put another substitute in, and 20 days we have to put another substitute in. And then if they take an extended leave for their bonding time, you can go half a year or a full year. We're just rotating doors of substitutes. So the district is interested in partnering and finding long-term solutions for hard-to-fill positions.
I have a question. For the scenario you just mentioned, a maternity leave is not 5 years long or 3 years long. So what happens if the need of the teacher is no longer there?
Great question. So they are your employee, so they can be treated like any other employee. If there's no need after the first year, there's no obligation to rehire. In most cases, the retention rate is in the mid 90 percentile because the program is so fully supports the teachers in the schools that it is very successful.
President Ugarte, I don't know that it's appropriate at this time because normally it's just us asking the questions. Would this be an opportunity to, because it's so different, would it be an opportunity to allow our teachers union to ask a question? The person is here. I don't know.
That isn't for the board. They're sitting next to each other, and so that
They can
can
chat.
happen organically.
Go, Ms. Rosie.
So maybe aligning a little bit with your thoughts, right? I think it's important that because it's different, and I do believe there's a big role that they can help us with because, as Mr. Romero said, we have many positions that have been hard to fill that we are paying agencies to fill
I'm
that.
the one that keeps bringing it up.
So now there was a mention that an MOU needed to be signed with the teachers union before this can be rolled out, right? And I think the superintendent made a commitment to the teachers union to do that. I would be willing to approve this pending that MOU, that MOU is in place, right? Before we start actually hiring teachers. And I think that will give you what you were kind of asking, because I'm sure that the teachers union won't sign an MOU until they're happy with it.
Is that a
So
motion? So I can
that is my motion to approve this pending an MOU with the teachers union.
Second. Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston. Aye. Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. All right, back
Thank you.
to, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 10B, the Board of Education minutes.
That's me. I was looking our video one more time, and I noticed, especially on when we're talking about item 11U on page 227 of the meeting minutes, there was not added. Oh, sorry. Let's make sure I'm reading the right line.
What page?
227 when we're talking about 11U. I mentioned a few things that were in there. I was saying that it wasn't added in the case of buying the most nutritious items. It would help in the middle if a behavioral issue, pandemic, or uproar. We can't pump the children full of sugar, and in return expect them to sit and concentrate. This is the reason why I've been so adamant about being fiscally responsible. If we need to make sure that we're providing the food that they need to be able to concentrate and learn. again, this is why I've been so adamant about being fiscally responsible, because I understand that having healthier options might not be the cheapest option. But if we are fiscally responsible in other areas, we can make sure that we're providing our children not food but nutrition. Also, in 11W, it isn't noted that because our students go to recess first and then eat, we send them to a classroom right after, and we need to make the link between high sugar content and behavioral issues. We want to be more nutritionally conscious. Those are the comments that weren't included.
Okay, and I'm gonna do a point of order right now because, and I'll ask our recording secretary to make those notations. Moving forward, because we've had this concern come up before with the minutes, I've been doing my research and I have reviewed the Robert's Rules of Order. The only thing that our minutes are required to reflect is the motion and the way that the trustees vote. So moving forward, and it's not something that we would vote on, moving forward, I would like that to ask that, because it's a lot of work, that our recording secretary only in our minutes, that our minutes reflect only who's spoken during public comment, and that we have addressed an issue on a particular item, and then that the minutes reflect who motioned and the way that the vote went. And for trustees that are concerned about this, I've pulled the minutes from all over the county with regard to the way minutes are, because we actually create and do way too much, especially with the video. Anyone who wants to question anything can go back and look at the video. The only thing that is required for us to do is the maker of the motion and the second, and then how we voted. And we can say, perhaps Rosie Martinez came and addressed it, but we don't put down anything that's been said.
Can we include then the time that as an item was addressed? Because to refer the community to the video, when sometimes our meetings go so long, they have to watch it for 4 hours or 5 hours or however many hours.
That isn't a requirement for the Robert's Rules of Order, and it's a lot of work. We've been actually making
asking for the time isn't.
It's not required.
So Madam President, I thank you for bringing and trying to promote a little bit more efficiency on the minutes. I would suggest that we adopt a policy on how we keep the minutes.
Okay. We can work on that. But I will say, I will say that we don't need a vote on that, and we do need to trimline that. So we'll create the policy, and the notes and the minutes, we've noted your changes. Is there anything else for 10B?
No, that's it. Thank you for clarifying.
Move to approve 10B.
With the revisions, right?
With the revisions.
Second. Oh. Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye, with the statements that I made.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Item 10C, and I just want to clarify, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, you're making 10CG, correct?
10CG, and then it had little subs, A and B.
Gotcha. Just trying to pull it.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay, 10CGA under resignations. I was just looking in the past, we had looked for reasons employees resigned, and we looked at having an exit interview. And I don't need to see the exit interview, but I think we were looking and had agreed before to have an idea as to why they were leaving. Is it for more pay, or I don't know, some simple grid that would give us an idea as to why they were leaving. And I thought we had kind of spoke about that, and if we could just move forward on that and maybe have it on a quarterly update or something like that.
Okay.
Something
Not public, but
Correct.
for us. Okay.
Yes. And on the next one, reassignment / new employment on page 7 of 21. For clarity purposes, I know we added some of this to specifically, be more transparent as to how our employees were leaving. Reassignment and new employment is both both are outside of CVSD, is that correct?
That is correct.
So, okay. So then maybe it shouldn't say reassignment, just new employment?
We can look at those changes, yes.
Yeah, all right.
Is that it?
That's it on that.
Move to approve 10C, G, A,
What's
and B.
the whole thing? Oh, she has one more under 10C, sorry.
10CK
Oh, 10K.
consultants,
Sorry, Mr. Tamayo.
That's all right.
10CK
Missed that
curriculum,
Uh-huh.
page 10 of 21, curriculum associates, iReady. Is this an online or in-person training?
In person.
Okay. And our teachers are our classified also? Do they have the opportunity to take this training as well?
Not at this time, no.
Maybe we can look in the future to, or even during the school year, to, if it's online and they want to take it to just enrich themselves, and quite frankly, they're enriched, so are our students and so are our teachers. Yes? Offer it to them. Thank you. Dale Scott and Company, page 10 of 21. Financial advisory services related to general bonds. The description also calls out we would be responsible for, quote, all reasonable and necessary out-of-pocket expenses. What defines reasonable and necessary? And is that after the expense has been incurred, or do they request it in advance of the expense?
I'll pass this to Mr. Pong.
No, it's always on a reimbursement basis. So if we require them to travel out here to make a presentation or something, then we would assist with paying the travel fees on a reimbursement basis.
Okay, and what defines reasonable and necessary out-of-pocket expenses?
Those are, so travel.
Is that what they told you, or you're thinking that's what it is?
No, that's usually what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Travel, it's mainly travel
Right.
usually.
And you would pull a big red flag if they try to do something.
Right.
Okay, thank you. The next one is High Esteem Carpet Clean, page 10 of 21. I know before Christmas time, we inquired about a schedule for all our schools so that they be routinely kept clean. I don't know if we still have that in place, or did it fall by the wayside?
Mr. Pong?
So during all the major breaks, so the summer break, the fall break, the spring breaks, that's when we really do a lot of the deep cleaning at the schools. And so there's a potential that we may have a need for additional support to do additional deep cleaning. And that's what High Esteem would do.
So between the winter time, spring, and the summer, do we believe that all our schools got a deep clean on those 3 breaks? Sometime during those 3 breaks?
Yes.
You're quite comfortable with that response?
Well, I know this summer that the team's been working very hard. So
Okay, thank
yeah.
you. Appreciate that. They'll appreciate it when they go back to work too.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, now trustee Tamayo. So it's
All right.
C.
Global C?
It's all of C, yeah.
All right. Move to approve 10C.
Second.
Recording secretary?
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston. Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Item 10 and trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Yes. 10 and I will read it. This is the agreement between us and Southwestern College to have the paraprofessional symposium. I appreciate that our classified employees are receiving professional development. I want to thank the district's leadership for hearing our board's guidance and applying it. I want to commend, and I love to see our classified employees having this opportunity. I just have one question. So does this reflect that does it reflect the guidance that we have? Have we included it in the LCAP or in the rigorous learning for all because we have multiple times mentioned that we want our classified employees to receive professional training. So I just want to know how we updated the actual plans to make it happen, and this is not a one instance kind of deal.
Right, so this does align with our rigorous learning for all plan,
Okay.
that we're doing high quality instruction for our students. And so they're getting that opportunity to have breakout sessions to be able to be more sufficient in our classrooms. And so it does align with our rigorous learning for all plan.
Okay. And I also had a question. So we will, like you mentioned, in the rigorous learning for all, you will continue. This is not a one-time thing. There will be multiple symposiums where we will have our classified employees be trained and continue to learning.
We have one symposium for the year because they get that one day that's extra time that they're not on campuses. And then we have trainings planned throughout the year for breaks and times that they have minimum days and parent-teacher conferences. We will be planning things, yes.
Okay. And are we also planning to do professional development not only for our IAs, but also for our noon duties or other classified employees? Do we have anything yet?
We don't have anything planned yet, but we'll be working with CVCEO to look at what we can do for them.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
And I just wanted to add, if you can, in a board update, include a schedule of trainings for classified for us, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
This
Move
is
to
a-
approve 10N.
Second.
Recording secretary?
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes. Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Item 10O, trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
It's about adopting the approving the district EPA expenditure. I just wanted to know, the line reads 35.6 million going to instruction. Can we have a breakdown of what that includes? Are these classroom salaries, intervention specialists, or other instructional costs?
Yeah, Mr. Pong.
Yes, all the funds are used on teacher salaries.
This is an action item.
Move to approve 10O.
Second.
Recording secretary?
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 10P, trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes, adopt resolution establishing the annual, I think my mic went up, the annual special taxes for community facilities, and then there's numerous districts. This resolution, and it came up maybe not specifically for these CFDs, but last year as well, and I'll continue to echo what I said before. These special levies on certain properties that are next to the CFDs, obviously it's tax, it's more money. So on section 4, does this mean that on top of the bond measures we use these CFD levies to pay off any outstanding bonded indebtedness?
Okay. Mr. Pong.
That's section 4.
That's correct. So these Mello-Roos funds are used to service the bonds that were used to build previous schools.
So help me understand that. So the bond measures, people are going to see that homeowners are going to see that on their taxes, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're still doing the CFDs, and homeowners are going to see it on top of that on their Mello-Roos, correct? So that's double taxing the people on the same thing?
Mr. Pong.
So, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
So we've got the bond measures, right?
Yes.
And I think I understood you correctly that this levy, it could it says it clearly that this levy could be used to repay off the indebtedness of the bond measures so we already taxed the community for it. They already paid for it, but we still owe the money, so we're going to get it from the CFDs?
Correct, because the way that it works is that we get a large amount of money up front, and then those funds are paid over 25 years or 30 years. So it's kind of like similar to a home loan. I mean, we're using the monies to build this school, and we're getting all of the funds up front. And then over the time period, we're paying back that loan
But we're not really paying back. The same homeowners have to pay it back again. That's what it sounds like.
through Melrose.
It's just,
So they don't pay anything when it's issued.
Mhm.
It's over the time period where we're using those funds.
but they
to
are
pay off the
paying
loan.
for it during, on their taxes on their homes.
Correct. So this is to authorize that levy of the tax.
Right. So then, sections 7, 8, and 9, they speak of the sale of the property in cases of delinquency. And I really, that is so sad, that if they don't pay these Melrose, people, if they're delinquent for whatever reason, after a certain time, they're going to lose their homes. And I just really object to that we're contributing to someone losing their home when they're already probably paying their taxes on their home in another manner. So I just don't believe this is good for families, and the community is just burdened with multiple bonds. Just my statement. Thank you.
I also pulled this item. Yeah, I asked. This has happened. That we raised these taxes last year. Was this something that occurred last year too?
Mr. Pong.
Yes, this is an annual item.
Okay, so I asked during our meeting if I could have, how much does this money account for? And you kind of explained that we get the money and then we pay it, right? So.
Correct. The levy from the tax comes to the district, and then we pay our debt service that help to build the school.
So the money that we're getting, we're just using it to pay. We're getting it from the people, from the residents of this area, to pay for the schools. We don't use the money any other way.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
Trustee Tamayo?
Yes. Move to approve 10P.
Second. Recording secretary?
Ramirez Domínguez,
Nay.
Holston,
Aye.
Domínguez Cervantes,
Nay.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 3-2. Item 10T, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. T. I like T for two.
Or Tamayo.
Yes, in my meeting with Dr. Reyes, and Trustee Tamayo was there with us as well, we are asking about the after-school program YMCA contract. In the past, 2 years ago to be more specific, the contract read that there was tutoring involved. And back then, it was just a standard contract that was signed, but I wanted to find out, well, what did this tutoring look like? And we want to see what that contract looks like, and if in fact it still says tutoring, what does that really mean? What are they doing? How are we measuring it? Because if it says tutoring, we'd like them to tutor.
Okay, I'm going to pass this over to Ms. Morales.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. With your permission, I think it would be best to have our director of ELOP, Omar Calleros, come up and answer the questions. And I think it would be also helpful to include Omar when you talk about not only the academic opportunities that we have in YMCA, but also in our lead classes after school.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much for calling me up. I appreciate the opportunity. So, as brief as possible, our lead activities encompasses hub, clubs, academy, and sports. Under hub is what was traditionally known as dash and stretch, where homework assistance was offered before. So I know homework assistance and tutoring were kind of used synonymous before, and that's basically what is required based off of our ELOP and ACES guidelines, is that there is an academic homework assistant component offered during those times, and that is offered with hub. Now, in addition to that, we have offered academic activities that are specifically for tutoring, like math and reading and writing and such. And those are more rigorous and offered through our teachers that are staying after school to offer those opportunities for the students. So those are more on a specific grade level and not so much homework assistance.
Questions? Can I? So that really interests me. I know when we met with Dr. Reyes, you guys have known how I've been a hound about the Title I monies, and Trustee Tamayo actually connected it with, LEAD. So exactly how much is offered? Do teachers know that this is available? Do they want to do that? If so, how can that be expanded, working with our union? How can we, tell me what it looks like now. Is it 2 teachers? Is it 20 teachers that are working with children now? Well, obviously not right now during the summer, but how did it end in the school year?
Actually, we did have teachers working in the summer, so I'll highlight that as well.
Great.
But it looks very different at each school site. So just to clarify.
Each school?
For
Every school has this?
every school site has a LEAD program.
Tutoring, reading, math, the rigorous, the...
Homework assistance is offered at every school site. But just to clarify, I do not manage Title I funds. I oversee ACEs and Expanded Learning Opportunity Funds. And those are the funds that are utilized to offer these activities. Every school does look very different because it all depends on teacher or staff in general being able to stay after school, and we do offer this opportunity at all the school sites. Each school has what we call a site lead, who is a mini administrator for the LEAD programs, and they are in charge of recruiting, helping any of the instructors, because in that school time we call them instructors, to get all their equipment ready, classes, registration for these activities are live today. So today parents can register for any enrichment or academic activities being offered at their school site, but we are dependent on the staff wanting to stay. So our first effort is to recruit on-site
Are they
staff.
paid?
Absolutely. They're paid well. So we do try to recruit on-site staff first to try to create an atmosphere that's friendly, engaging, and then we try to recruit possible community members that are a right fit for the school site and the activity, obviously. And then our last resort is to bridge that gap with vendors. So if we cannot find on-site staff or community members, which include community colleges as well, then we seek out vendors. And that's kind of the pyramid of approach when it comes to recruitment for activities. And the activities are also based on what the parents and the children first and foremost ask for.
What did you say the funds are that you're working with?
Expanded Learning Opportunity Programs and ACEs.
Yeah, and ACEs.
After School Education and Safety.
Well, we're hoping to expand.
Yes. So one of my questions would be, obviously almost $11 million, it's a contract for $11 million, and I'm glad that the district finally put an RFP out there to see what options we had, and yes, YMCA is still the best option so far. But still, $11 million is a lot of money when we're looking to make some cuts. And yes, after-school programs are important, and yes, they provide enrichment, and that's why we're questioning what do we get for those $11 million, and not necessarily what we get is what the children get, right?
Exactly.
How are we investing these $11 million, and what is the quality of after-school program that they're getting that they're not getting from you, from ELOP, or from your other programs? So that's why I'm interested to see maybe on a Friday update the statement of work that we put out for the RFP, because I really want to know what do we get for $11 million.
So we do offer, so we have, I brought my laptop because I don't retain numbers so well, especially all these numbers. So for the 180 days, so ACEs, we offer through LEAD Hub that platform of enrichment, the academic, and supervision of kids for 180 days. So while schools are in session, we, in partnership with the Y, those kids are offered that service for 180 days. That's Lead Hub. And that's 3,355 kids. So for that alone, we're looking at $12.99 per kid per day for up to 3 hours of service. So we're looking 2.5 to up to 3 hours, depending on the school site. In addition to that, we offer the Lead Academy 3 times a year. We are required to offer 30 non-school days, so non-instruction days, a 9-hour full day for 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
So we partner with the YMCA to offer that sustainable all-day supervision for kids. We open up 160 slots at 6 different school sites. So again, that's that many kids, 6 sites for 9 hours each day. And so they provide the bulk and the foundation of staffing that in training with ELOP guidelines, they provide that atmosphere as well. In addition to that, we also offer a morning program. For the morning program, we have at 15 school sites, 451 slots open. So that is before school supervision as well. Did I get all your questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, with that, I'll move it to approve.
Second.
Recording Secretary?
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Item 10V, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
At our previous meeting, as reflected on our video, we agreed that this board would adopt a more fiscally responsible approach when it came to travel and events.
Is
During
this
that,
V?
This is V, purchase orders, warrants, and checks. But she pulled V, and you pulled W.
okay,
Was it the wrong one?
is it
then?
W?
Yeah. You asked for
Ah,
V, and she
It was
asked-
W.
Okay.
Move to
So,
approve 10V.
second, Recording Secretary?
Aye.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes. Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Item 10W, first Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, and then
Thank you.
Yes. Last year, the Taste of Eastlake was $68, but of course inflation hits, and now it's at $77.44. We must have gotten a discount because the flyer, their website says $80. But my point to bringing it out is, like I mentioned before, this is a fundraiser, and I don't believe fundraisers should come out of district money. It should come out of our personal pockets, not the school district. And so I continue to have that same position. And although it's a fundraiser says in support of expanding science, the STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, historically, though, their focus had been the high school. So if they did donate anything to us last year, how much was that?
Mr. Pong, do you have that information?
Not in front of me, but I can include it in an
Maybe you
update.
could just let us know.
In the board update?
That's fine. The Taste of Eastlake. But again, this is a fundraiser. We should not be using taxpayers' money to fund us to go there. I'm not going, but if I did go, it'd be out of my pocket.
I know for several years, the Taste of Eastlake and the Eastlake Educational Foundation has been organizing this event to raise funds for, the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school in Eastlake. And we do get some money. We even had a board member from our staff be part of that. Because we had that commitment that the fundraisers for education purposes and all 3 levels, elementary school, middle school, and high school, receive money for this. Specifically, they donate for technology. I know that for several years we were buying computers through their donations for those particular schools. The $77.44 per person, which is the early discounted rate. That's why it's a little bit cheaper than the 80. I think it's a small token that we contribute to them just to show support, because many, as you know, many people that go there want to meet us, and they want to meet who they're donating their money to. So we're, as representatives of the district, that's why I support this.
I'm going to piggyback on that. We're representatives of the community, and by our being there, and I also, by being there, not in addition to seeing who we are, but it also encourages people that we know that are within the community to also attend. I do agree it's a small amount, and I think that what we put into it as a district, we get a whole lot back for our students, because it's almost like you're saying taxpayer money's going into it, but what we've gotten back is more than the small fee that we're paying to get into it. Yeah. And I know that we had a couple, I just can't remember them off the top of my head, and I know that when we did the Maxwell opening, the chair of the East Lake Foundation attended and talked about how some of the contributions that they had made to that establishment when that was ongoing. So with that, I would make a motion to
I
approve.
need to speak still, remember?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot. Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I will reread what I was reading. At our previous meeting, we agreed that this board will adopt a more fiscally responsible approach to make travel and events. During that discussion, I noted that the leadership must lead by example, initially referring to the superintendent's travel. Upon further reflection, I realized that the highest level of leadership in this district is not only the superintendent, but all of us, the 5 people sitting in this table. Therefore, we must lead by example. With that in mind, I will oppose the use of taxpayer dollars and our limited funding to cover the cost of us, the people sitting on this table. For the Taste of East Lake. While I understand that this fundraiser supports educational purposes, our schools, which is undoubtedly a worthy cost, I must ask if I didn't know this existed. This event came up, but is this board willing to spend the $75 to go and represent the public and go meet with the people that we need to meet without using taxpayer dollars?
So let me ask you this. What percentage of the budget, of our total budget, are you willing to spend for travel for the leadership to represent the district?
We agreed it will be we are going to take a more...
Oh, I mean, yes, you're saying take a more
well,
fiscal
then we
responsible.
might need to sit down and
Do you
discuss
wanna-
that before we just bring these things to order
Well,
and just
You're
vote on it.
proposing to cut, but you're not saying to what percentage. So give me a percentage.
I don't know exactly how much
You're asking to
we're
cut, you
covering.
must know. Tell me a percentage of the budget
I
that
will
you
not
want.
be answering that.
And I'm going to piggyback on that because we talk about our budget and we talk about our travel budget. I'm going to encourage board members who are opposed to this to please research other school districts and their cost of travel. We are one of the districts, if you look at superintendent expenses and travel for anyone in the district, ours is very low.
We can continue to lead by example.
I agree, but I also agree that there are certain responsibilities that because we are not full-time employees, that we should not have to take on the expense of that. And $77 is not an exorbitant amount of money. And with that, I move to approve item 10W.
Second.
Recording secretary?
Ramirez Dominguez,
Nay.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes, Tamayo,
Yes.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 3-2. And I believe now is the time for Mr. Romero to announce our newly hired and promoted employees.
Thank you, President Ugarte. Superintendent Ms. Casey, Governing Board, and our community. It's my favorite time of the night to talk about the promotion of our employees here in our district. It's with great pleasure that I start with Yvonne Anglo, who's moving from ELOP instructor to community schools coordinator. Congratulations, Yvonne. Moses Archiaga, who's going from general maintenance to carpenter. Congratulations, Moises. Madeline Beregon, who's going from instructional assistant special education to resource specialist teacher. Congratulations, Madeline. Monica Desroches, who's going from student placement technician to student placement lead. Congratulations, Monica. Ilian Fernandez, who's going from instructional assistant language to speech language pathologist. Congratulations, Iliana. Jessica Mascareno, who's going from administrative assistant for instructional services. She was stolen by Mark Pong to go to support to business services and support specialists. Congratulations, Jessica. Cynthia Mason, who's going from van driver to bus driver. Congratulations, Cynthia. Fernando Montiel, who's going from instructional assistant special education to behavior support assistant. Congratulations, Fernando. Catherine Sampaco, who's going from instructional assistant special education to special education day class teacher. Congratulations, Catherine. Ana Soto, who's going from noon duty supervisor to instructional assistant special education. Congratulations, Ana. Perla Vinny, who's going from instructional assistant special education to student attendant. Congratulations, Perla. And we have 3 of our newest administrators that I'd like to announce tonight. 2 of them are present with us, so I'll call them up in just a second. But our first is Jillian Musa, who's moving from teacher to associate principal. Congratulations, Julian. And first, I'd like to call up Sarah Ortega, who's moving from teacher to associate principal. Congratulations, Sarah.
Thank you, Cabinet. Thank you, Board. I just wanted to briefly say that I just really am grateful for this opportunity to continue to serve Harborside in a different capacity. Thank you.
Congratulations, Sarah. And our next AP is not an employee of Chula Vista, so it's not necessarily a promotion, but it's a new administrative position, and I'd like to call up Ann Barnes-Boyle. Ann.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to serve Chula Vista. I've lived here since I was 5 years old, so I'm really excited to get started and to serve Wolf Canyon Elementary. Thanks so much.
Congratulations, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our recently promoted employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Public hearings. The public hearing section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on specific items. Persons wishing to address the board on any public hearing item must complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for input on each public hearing item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments on each public hearing item, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. We will conduct a public hearing to perform a specified service for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, and adopt the resolution regarding short-term classified employees. Mr. Romero.
Thank you, President Ugarte, our governing board. This item is one that we bring forward regularly when we're going to be using an employee to fill a position for a short amount of time as either a substitute or an employee that's on leave to fill a specific cause. And this will be for the start of from July to the end of June with an amount not to exceed, I think it was $36,000.
I am now opening the public hearing.
There are no speakers.
Having no speakers, I am now closing the public hearing. This is an action item.
Second.
Recording secretary?
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 10, it has no item here, 10C, sorry. Approve school facilities mitigation agreement for Otay Ranch Village 8 East. Conduct the public hearing regarding the establishment of Community Facilities District Number 22, levy of special taxes, bonded indebtedness, and related matters. Adopt resolution determining the validity of the prior proceedings establishing Community Facilities District Number 22, authorizing the levy of special taxes within the Community Facilities District Number 22, establishing an appropriations limit, calling an election, and taking related actions, and acting as the governing board of the Community Facilities District Number 22, conduct the election of landowner voters within the Community Facilities District Number 22 and declare election results. Adopt the resolution canvassing the results of the election held within the Community Facilities District Number 22 of the Chula Vista Elementary School District. And approve the motion to direct clerk to conduct the first reading by title only of Ordinance of Community Facilities District Number 22, authorizing the levy of special tax within the Community Facilities District Number 22. Mr. Pong.
Thank you, President Ugarte. Tonight we have for your review and approval 6 items involving the formation and of the CFD number 22. So the first item is to approve the mitigation, an amendment to the mitigation agreement. The second item is to establish the boundary for the CFD 22 and the levy. And then we will have a vote and conduct an election. And that'll be part of the process that we go through tonight.
All right. And now I see we have open the public hearing and then the script, right? Okay. I am now opening the public hearing.
There are no speakers.
Seeing no speakers, I am now closing the public hearing. The Board of Education will now address certain matters relating to the proposed Community Facilities District Number 22 of the Chula Vista Elementary School District. Mr. Pong, will you please describe the actions regarding CFD number 22 that the board will be taking tonight?
Thank you, President Ugarte. During its meeting on May 21st, 2025, the board adopted a resolution stating the intent to form CFD number 22 over the land in Otay Ranch, Village 8 East, and another resolution stating the intent that CFD number 22 shall be authorized to incur bond indebtedness in the amount not to exceed $100 million. The purpose of CFD number 22 will be to provide funding for school facilities needed as a result of the developments within Village 8 East. The special taxes of CFD number 22 can be used directly to pay costs of school facilities, or those taxes can be used to finance costs of school facilities through issuance of bonds or other securities. The district's typical practice has been to use the special taxes to pay debt service on certificates of participation, which is a type of funding. The steps to be taken by the board tonight will result in the actual formation of the CFD number 22, and as approved through a landowner election to be conducted as part of these proceedings, CFD number 22 will be authorized to levy special taxes and incur bonded indebtedness. The owner developer of Village 8 East is a home-fed entity, and the first step tonight will be to approve a mitigation agreement with the correct home-fed identity. So in the previous agreement, they had listed themselves as home-fed land number 2, and now they are identifying themselves as home-fed Village 8 East based on the location of the land. So the district staff has provided that agreement, resolution, and relevant documentation for the board to review.
Thank you, Mr. Pong. We will start with the agenda item for approval of the school facilities mitigation agreement for Otay Ranch Village 8 East. This is an action item.
Move to approve.
I will, oh, sorry. Recording secretary?
Ramirez Dominguez.
Do we have discussion after, I think that's the way Robert's rules.
This is a public hearing.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Nay.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye, motion carries 4-1. The next agenda item is conduct public hearing regarding the establishment of Community Facilities District Number 22, levy of special taxes, bonded indebtedness, and related matters. This is the time and place designated for the public hearing, and I declare that the public hearing is now open.
There are no speakers.
The board, I am now closing the public hearing. The board has received copies of the CFD report, the boundary map for CFD number 22, and the rate and method of appointment of the special taxes of CFD number 22, and the district shall keep these documents with the record of these proceedings. Mr. Pong, has the district staff confirmed that all notices and filings needed to proceed with the public hearing have been completed?
Yes. Yes, all publications of notices and all filings regarding the public hearing have been duly given and performed, and copies of those notices and filings are on file in the office of the Assistant Superintendent of Business and Support.
Have any written protests been received regarding these proceedings or the special taxes to be levied by CFD number 22?
The district has not received any written protests regarding those matters.
Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of CFD number 22? Is there anyone present who wishes to speak against or protest generally against the establishment of CFD number 22, its special taxes, the proposed debt, establishment of an appropriations limit, or other matters relating to CFD number 22?
I am.
State your name and whether you are an owner of property within CFD number 22 or a registered voter within CFD number 22.
CF 22 is all south.
Mr. Pong?
It's the area that's south of Wolf Canyon, in the east of the, east of the Cotavera area over there.
I am not, but I am a registered voter in the city of Chula Vista.
But not CFD
Correct.
number 22.
Is that a requirement to speak to it?
It's, Mr. Pong, clarify for me because it does ask that specifically.
No, it's not a requirement.
Okay,
It's,
go ahead.
yeah.
Okay. So I continue to voice my concern about the continual taxing of people who are already overburdened with taxes and bond measures and levies, and it's too much. And I can't, so who would you have notified? If they don't even live there, no one even lives there, who did you notify? Of course the rats and the squirrels and the coyotes didn't answer. There's nobody there to answer. So who can? We can, because we're here. So we can speak for the people that will be going there if we're intending to build schools there, that we voice our concern about so much levying. And the developers start out by saying, oh, you know, they make their contract with the city of Chula Vista that they also intend to allow for certain property to be available for schools. And then if the school doesn't want to buy that property, then it's then offered to the city or other local governments that may then have the rights to bid, I'll just use that word loosely, for that property. But if nobody even lives there, well, of course, who did you send the notices out to? I don't know. What if I intend to buy something there? Then, okay, well, then you should have sent me some notice so I would know to object to that. I'm just wondering who was notified. If you got no, I'm not surprised that you've got no responses, yay or nay to it, because nobody's there. They don't even know that it's going to be developed per se. So I continue to speak. I don't even think anybody here wants to pay more taxes, wants to pay more money. Well, I understand that behind it is the intent to build quality schools. I understand that logic. But there's only so much people can carry, and the burden's gotten too heavy. I don't think we should be opening up a CFD only for the sole purpose of levying taxes on people.
Are there any additional comments regarding proposed CFD number 22?
I have a comment. And it's also related to the fact that the process of accepting CFTs, it's not equitable, allowing only the landowners to vote on a tax that will affect the future homeowners, especially when there is no residents to advocate for their interest. I believe that that portion should be redesigned or the process doesn't make any sense because the landowner won't pay anything. The homeowners will. And like Ms. Cervantes said, people are already, the money is very limited. And for us to just think like, oh, well, it will be in the future, we're still hindering the future homeowners. And I believe that the process is not correct. I don't know if there's anything we can do about it. I just want to express my concern about the way that the process is made. And also, are we sure that we're going to need a school there? I just want to know, because I know we heard Liberty having combo classes, and what I understand is most of the combo classes are because there's not enough students. So are we sure there are even going to be enough students for us to fill a school in that area? We don't know that. And I also I want to have our schools to have good instruction, but if we keep opening schools that we can't fill out the positions for and keep trying to bring people from other countries to fill up positions, again, we're causing a problem. Is there any way that we can have a report or something that tells us there is going to be a need? Do we actually know that the fact that we're going to build the school is going to be helpful for this community specifically? Those are the questions and my concerns regarding continued CFTs.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What's the nearest, what's the nearest school to that? Because I know that there's absolutely nothing there. I think there will be a need for a school.
Wolf Canyon, I believe, and it's completely full.
Thank you.
All present who desire to speak regarding CFD number 22, having had the opportunity to speak, I declare the public hearing now closed. Mr. Pong, has the district staff determined whether there's a majority protest against the formation of CFD number 22, the furnishing of the specified types of facilities or services within the proposed CFD number 22, the levy of the special taxes within the proposed CFD number 22, or other related matters?
The district has not received a majority protest regarding any of those matters.
The next agenda item is consideration of the resolution determining the validity of prior proceedings establishing CFD number 22, authorizing the levy of special taxes within CFD number 22, establishing an appropriations limit, calling an election, and taking related actions. This is an action item. Second.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Nay.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Nay.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 3-2. Mr. Pong's introduction mentioned the background and purposes for proposed CFD number 22. Do any of the board members have questions or comments regarding CFD number 22 that they have not already spoken to?
I asked the question and it wasn't answered. How was the communities, or which communities were notified of these?
Mr. Pong?
Thank you. So we worked directly with the developer on this one, as well as posted a public notice and published that public notice also in the paper. So
Which paper?
the Star News.
The one that nobody reads or even knows? that it exists anymore. I think we brought that up earlier in another subject. I think we needed to look at revamping how we reach out to the community and notify them. And certainly the Star News is not the only venue that can be used to reach out to the community. I didn't know about it. Had I not seen the agenda, I would not have known. And I consider myself pretty nosy when it comes to this stuff, so.
And if I can piggyback, this was part of the consent calendar. So the change was today. So it wasn't a public hearing item specified in our
Legal was
agenda.
consulted, legal was
Okay.
consulted before the meeting, and the requirements for posting do not have to indicate all of that information. It just needs to be posted on the agenda, so we were perfectly within our realm to move it. Everything else went out according to the requirements. It's just that it was accidentally placed in the consent versus being placed in the public hearing.
But yes, and I understand, and I'm not saying it was illegal. I'm just saying that being a part of where it should have been maybe would have brought up more people to file or to speak forward against it. That's what I'm saying.
Madam President, can we look at other ways to extend and actually inform more people? With this technology that we have nowadays, you said it's established procedure, but so was a flip phone.
Absolutely, and we can look at that within the costs of that we don't exceed certain costs. So we can, any other further acknowledge or information that we need to send out, we can ask Mr. Pong and Dr. Reyes to look into that.
Thank you.
The motion was approved. Because the board's approval of the resolution of formation has resulted in the formation or establishment of CFD number 22, the board will be acting as the legislative body of CFD number 22 for the remaining agenda items relating to CFD number 22. In accordance with the resolution of the formation just approved, Mr. Pong will act as the election official for the CFD number 22 combined election, which is designated as Prop 22-A on the official ballot. Mr. Pong has the district received all of the waivers from the landowners as are necessary to conduct the CFD number 22 combined election at this time.
Yes, the district has received the executed written waiver from HomeFed, the owner of all the land within CFD number 22, and therefore the election may be held at this time.
Mr. Pong, do you as the election official concur with holding the election fewer than 125 days after the adoption of the resolution of formation?
Yes, I concur.
Thank you. At this point, we will proceed with the landowner election for CFD number 22. Mr. Pong, have you received the ballots from the qualified voters within the CFD number 22? And if so, please declare the results of the election.
The members of the board, the landowners voted for the combined election within CFD number 22 for Proposition 22-A and has returned its completed official ballot, and the election has been conducted. The results of the election is 540 votes in favor and 0 opposed. Proposition 22A has passed by not less than majority vote, and the certification of election results has been attached to the resolution canvassing the election results, which is presented for your consideration at this time.
The next agenda item is consideration of the resolution canvassing the results of the election held within CFD number 22 of the Chula Vista Elementary School District. This is an action item.
Move to approve.
I second.
Do any board members have questions or comments regarding this resolution or related matters?
I have no objection for Mr. Pong, because I believe he's a man of integrity to do what he's doing. But my continued positions on the other portions can stand.
We have a motion and a second. Recording secretary?
Ramirez Dominguez,
Nay.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Nay.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 3-2. Motion is approved. The next agenda item is the first reading of the ordinance of the Community Facilities District Number 22, authorizing the levy of a special tax within the Community Facilities District Number 22. This is an action item.
Move to approve.
I second.
Do any board members have questions or comments regarding this motion?
I continue with the same statements and position.
Yeah, just to clarify, the special tax will be for 30 years.
Correct.
We have a motion and a second.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Nay.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Strong nay.
Tamayo.
Strong yes.
Ugarte.
Strong yes. And I need to give this to...
Who, me? President Ugarte, the title of the ordinance for CFD number 22 reads as follows. Ordinance of Community Facilities District number 22 authorizing the levy of a special tax within Community Facilities District number 22.
And that motion did pass. I just want to make sure I said that. Thank you, clerk. Copies of the proposed ordinance will be available for review by interested members of the public in the Office of the District's Assistant Superintendent for Business Services and Support. Mr. Pong, please schedule the second reading and the adoption of the ordinance to occur during the board's August 13th regular meeting. The agenda items relating to CFD number 22 are complete. The board will now cease acting as the legislative body of CFD number 22. Thank you, everyone. General information and items of reports. This is the portion of the agenda in which board members report or ask for items from the superintendent. Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Will the board be willing to entertain a motion to move the October 8 meeting to October 15, 2025?
Is there any issue from the staff with that date?
Or deadline that we have to meet, budgetary deadline, Mr. Pong?
We'll have already adopted the unaudited or approved the unaudited actuals at the September meeting, so that's the main budget item at that time.
I don't have a problem.
Is there
Anything?
Mr. Romero, Ms. Morales, anyone on the calendar see an issue with moving that?
The date was moving it until to the 15th of October. We don't have any conflicts for instructional services.
No conflicts for human resources.
No conflicts on my end either.
Okay, so the motion, I'll motion, the motion, we have a motion, I will motion to move the October 9th meeting to October 15th. Is there a second?
second?
October 8th, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
It was October 8th.
Sorry, the October 8th meeting to October 15th. Recording secretary?
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
I also have other reports. Okay. Can I have the enrollment projections for Otay Ranch Village 8 East and surrounding CVESD schools? And I would like to know of our current facilities, how many are under capacity? And how many current vacancy or hard to fill positions are there? Please, thank you.
We'll put that in a board update.
Yes.
Trustee Tolson?
Can we get maybe an informational presentation over how combo classes are decided upon and everything that entails? There's been a lot of inquiries on that, please.
Okay. You want a presentation to the board?
Yes.
Or
So the public can see it. So the public can see it.
Yes. I still have on my radar the request Trustee Tamayo made back in May of 2022, and that I brought up last month in regards to the ICOC meetings being recorded and the possibilities of that. Also, looking forward to the community schools academic impact report. And a parent brought this to my attention, average daily attendance, since it impacts us so significantly monetarily. I don't know how feasible this is, so I don't know if someone needs to take a look at how this can work. A suggestion she made that she's seen in other school districts, makeup sessions, like, for the absences. And I know that we've got into place now the one-day contract that if they know in advance, so that should help. But during the breaks, summer breaks, fall breaks, whatever kind, just getting more creative on how to be able to utilize those non-school days to make up for those absences and bring in some of that money back and get it reimbursed. So I thought that would be some type of a hybrid of some sort.
Yes, our team is actually currently working on this,
Oh,
so we'll
nice.
give you an update in the board update.
Great, thank you.
And I know that you're doing this, but could you just make sure that we have in that, any kind of makeup session, how many students would need to be present for that to actually be a positive financial impact versus costing money?
And that's working with our unions, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. And a question, and I don't know if this requires what it requires. Like, for instance, last month's budget presentation, which was amazing. Thank you, Mr. Pong. And some of the other presentations that we get, Mr. Romero gives us a small presentation every month. And just different presentations. If they could be posted, I know it's not required as part of, meeting that requirement, but even if they could be posted, the day before or something, so the community can see it. Sometimes they're viewing, they're streaming in, and they could look at the presentation from home or just from teachers, our classified, our principals. What are we looking at? It's really hard to see. They can't see. Well, I can hardly see sometimes what's on here. I have to look at that small one. Just looking to see the feasibility of doing that.
Yeah, sometimes we are working on those presentations right up to the board meeting, so
Right.
we can talk as a team on what that might look like.
All right, thank you. And just looking for an update also on the FICMAT assessment. And also looking at whether or not we still need to have the Volare Crisis Management Advisors. That's $3,000 a month that I think that we have someone else that can handle the communications. That could save us, that's one or two more IAs we can bring on board a month. And I continue to want us to keep on the radar, the report cards, the scale that we're looking for parents to be able to see, although we're not looking at them having available right now, but didn't want it to fall off the radar for future. Also, Dr. Reyes also asked to take a look at maybe we don't go with line-wise software. I'm looking to see who we're looking at, or just don't let it fall off the radar as well. And then this is something we brought up a couple of years ago, and periodically we bring it up, the internet safety and the district's responsibility, a component. And there's just so much inappropriate material online, and it encompasses not just the bullying, inappropriate information, things that don't belong to children's eyes, human trafficking, and just internet safety. And I don't know if it's could become part of curriculum night, and so that teachers can also maybe email the presentation to the parents if there's a presentation. That's just one more thing a teacher has to do during the conference, which could get quite extensive. But if it's something that they can send out to the families, then if the parent had any question, they could ask the teachers just exactly what it is that they want to ask, or ask an appropriate individual. I'm looking for a comprehensive presentation.
On internet safety to
Yes.
the board?
Well, not just for the board. Well, that would be nice for us to see, but so that something can come out of that to get to the parents and teachers.
Okay.
Okay. Still keeping my eye on the Sweetwater Water Authority. This month, July, was supposed to be their 4th testing. And so for the PFAS, I don't even know if that's the correct way to pronounce these acronyms, but it was not healthy. So before, and whatever was done prior to October, all of a sudden became privileged information. It's no longer available to the public, and so that already causes, why is it no longer available to the public? So I want us to keep an eye on that. July, this month is supposed to be that 4th testing. And I had combo classes on here too. That continues to be alarming. Teachers, there's no way that child is not deprived of what they're supposed to get in instructional time. The teacher is only one person. They can't. It's almost inhumane to require them, because your teachers want to do a good job, and they just can't spread themselves out that thin. CFDs. Last year, we asked for a CFD map that identifies just which CFDs are out there and what area it encompasses. And we were supposed to get, I think, just fell off the radar. Okay, and a question. So when the CVSD is sued and the plaintiff either wins or settles, what funds pay? What funds pay for that? What money is used for that?
Mr. Pong?
Because then that depends on the answer, depends my report.
Right, so we're part of the JPA, so some of those costs could be recovered through that. It just depends on the item.
Could you tell us about GPA?
We have property and liability insurance through the San Diego County JPA.
Mhm.
So there is a deductible that we do have to pay, and then anything above that deductible, if appropriate, then they will cover.
So it's actually called I know what the JPA is, but that's
Joint
their
Powers
insurance?
Authority.
Yes, okay. So due to recent activities, we have federal government, they filed a lawsuit against California. California's filed a lawsuit against the U.S., and all stems to be focusing on Title IX, whether there's a violation there or not, and seems to be the reason for holding back some of our federal funds. So that and some ongoing cases that have been decided at the district court and Supreme Court decisions, I wanted to have us evaluate our responsibility and at minimum our liability regarding, it seems to be, much of it seems to stem from parental consent. So I want us to take a comprehensive look at that, get ahead of it. Well, we're kind of behind the 8 ball already anyway, just because the money's been held. But I wanted us to make sure we got a more holistic evaluation on that. Thank you.
All right, I'll add a little bit. I would like a board presentation on the plan for the district to move off Business Plus. We've been working on that for a couple of years now. I would like to see a plan in writing presentation, either to PeopleSoft or to a combination of PeopleSoft and other systems, whatever that's going to take for us to move out. As we continue to move forward, I think it's Business Plus costs substantially a lot of money, and if we're moving, let's move. So Also, for a Friday update, you might have sent this one and I missed it, but for Rogers staffing, specifically to the support of counselors and psychologists, I know that they have more psychologists, but can you send that to the board? What's the ratio they have? And what would be the cost of funding a full additional counselor?
Okay.
Thank you.
And I already asked for my report with regard to the PD and a Friday update, so everything else is covered. Members of the Board of Education, comments, communications to the public with regard to any events you've attended since the last board meeting. Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Before I give my update, I would just like to hold 1 second, if possible, of silence to honor and the lives that have been taken in Texas and what all that's happening with the floods. If I would just.
Board, is there any objection?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It has been really difficult for us to just see from far how devastating that was, and I will continue to pray for those families. It was really close to heart, especially the girl day camp. But I will continue to pray for comfort and peace in such difficult times for our brothers and sisters. Thank you for that. So this month I have been reading the SIPSAs. I have been taking time to, in between my children jumping up and down and on me and, everything with vacation, I have actually been taking the time to reading the SIPSAs. I want to make sure that I'm as educated as I can, and I can, again, like I mentioned last month, I can honor your guys' hard work. As soon as I am done, I will be bringing questions that I'm sure you're all waiting for me for that. Also this month, I went to the city council meeting, and that was very eye-opening in more ways than one, but also, like it was mentioned with Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, we have that responsibility to also educate our 12th graders about the 12-year-olds about our motorized vehicles that they're able to do. So that is basically it. I will continue to read the SIPSAs and be back with more questions. Thank you.
I took a few weeks off, so I have nothing to report in that matter, but I do want to wish our teachers, our administrators, and our classified staff and the rest of the district a wonderful school year. I am so looking forward to it and to the challenges that are coming with our budget. But again, I appreciate everything that all of you do for all of our students. So here's to a new year. Thank you.
On the 19th, I attended the raising of the Juneteenth flag in Southeast San Diego. I was invited there from some of our friends. On the 20th, I attended a Latinx advisory committee. On the 22nd, I attended the crowning of Señorita Latina USA International 2025. Guess what? My niece was crowned the queen. So Marley Navarro was crowned. On the 1st, I visited Rogers along with Ms. Sharon Casey. Thank you for being so accommodating and so informing. Every classroom we peeked into was engaged. The teachers are amazing. The in-classroom instructional aides were right on it, trying to support the children, and the kids were great. Everybody was really good. It was a very good visit. I appreciated that. Mr. Tom Perez Chica was the, I guess it's acting principal, is that what, for the day, for that session. And he had, of course, other assistants there. They did a wonderful job, got good feedback from the parents, very happy. They wished it could go year round. On the 8th, yesterday, I attended the Chula Vista City Council meeting, and that's how I found out about these scooters that are now going to be, there's going to be some controls in place and our responsibility. Thank you very much. And I want to also ask all our staff, our administrators, classified, certificated, take advantage of the last few days that you have. I know I have family that are certificated and classified. No principals anymore. My sister retired a few years ago. But they're barely getting into the swing of being on vacation, and now they got to go back. So take advantage of it for well-earned time off. Thank you.
Nothing to report.
I was able to, for the last almost 2 weeks, spend my time in Portland with over 9,000 educators from across the country advocating and creating policy for students and educators across the country. 1,000 of those came from California, and we were able to accomplish quite a bit in the days that we were together. So I was very appreciative to have that, and I look forward to continuing that work throughout the year, because we welcome all students, and we believe that every student deserves an education. Notice of public hearing. This notice is hereby given that the 7-Eleven Advisory Committee of the Chula Vista Elementary School District will conduct a public hearing to receive community input on acceptable uses of district's real property and space located at 845 Broadway in the city of Chula Vista, County of San Diego, California, 91911. The hearing is set for Wednesday, July 16th, 2025, during the committee's scheduled meeting at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter, as the matter may be heard at the district's administrative office located at 84 East J Street, Chula Vista, California, 91910 in the Education Services and Support Center, Boardroom B. For more information on this hearing, please contact Mr. Pong at markpong@cvesd.org. And this will be posted on our website. Ms. Casey.
All right, thanks. Look, it's 8:10. Thank you, team. So I sit up here representing all the hard work that this team does, and I'm part of an amazing team, so thank you. And welcome to the new school year. I wish the school year is going to be amazing, and thank you for all the work that we do.
The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District will be held on August 13th, 2025 at 4 p.m. for closed session and 6 p.m. for open session. Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Motion to adjourn.
I have a second. Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.